Good evening. Oh, hey, Sush. You get some rest. Feel free to scream at me on mobile. That's totally fine. Sorry you have a fever. I hope it goes away soon. Evening, little mon. Okay, I've got my coffee. I've got some Halloween candy that I bought. I almost said stole. Like, I bought it. It's my candy. It's fine. But I've got Halloween candy to snack on while we play. And I've got my coffee. And so we haven't really played Slay the Princess in a while, but they've had their new update. And it added a bunch of content, apparently. So I'm very much looking forward to that. There is a pinned message in chat warning about flashing images and parallax, as well as the content warning link page if you need to go look for content warnings. Let's get into it. Actually, wait, before I get into it, let me check something real quick. Can't lose your streak. Aww. No, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you made it. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings, there are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. Where is... Goodness, I have a lot of these all over the place. I guess just start with a new game. Also, let me know if it's too loud. I had to turn my headphones down a little bit, but it should be set to what we had it last time.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright, we can get right back into it. Asking questions. I don't know if any of this is new. Do I get some sort of reward for doing this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Hi, Ilya. Good evening. Can someone else do this?
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off.
Slay you?
I don't make the rules.
I mean,
I wish I did, but I don't.
you have to confess to being a princess for us to slay you, for me to slay you. Can you tell me what my prize is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Everyone just lining up. Slay me next! Slay me next! Okay. Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
The most unreliable narrator. Oh, it's amazing. I love this game so much.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Says who? I mean, like, where, like, definition of hero by, like, older standards simply just means the protagonist, or, like, the main character of the story. And when you look at older epics, you can see a lot of, like, the hero of the story not necessarily lining up with what we now attribute to as heroic deeds. It was just they were the main character. And then, like, it later became a thing when we started using stories as tales for children to teach them morals and, like, the way the world works. That the heroes began to take on certain qualities that we now align with being morally good.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Anyway, there's my rant. Not even 30 minutes into this game.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
A pristine blade for a pristine cut.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
If you want to do this right, implying that there's a way to do it wrong when at the very beginning of this game it tells you there are no wrong decisions. Sorry, I'll stop. I guess real quick, do we want to take the blade or no? I guess I was thinking, like, they've bundled Doki Doki Literature Club and Slay the Princess on Steam right now, so you can buy both. And it's just made me think of, like, how Doki Doki Literature Club has that mixed messages between, like, what characters are like, what you're told in, like, descriptions of the game versus, like, what some of the characters tell you and stuff like that. I've been to open up Jolly Rancher. Blue raspberry. What's the other one that I grabbed? Oh, watermelon. Fuck yeah. My brain immediately went for the good ones. Take the blade, don't take the blade. We can't come back and get it, despite what he says. I mean, let's take it. Hold on.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I like that your little hand changes. You got the dagger in it.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Be very honest with her. I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
What? No way, why would you think that? Yeah, it wasn't a joke. I haven't decided yet. I'm just here to talk. Yeah, I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do
I have
after we
40
talk to
of
her.
131
Maybe she really is a monster.
achievements for this
Killing
game.
someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us. The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
He's so sassy.
We'll be fine.
Or like passive aggressive.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
No, that's why I'm asking you. You lie. No.
You're lying.
Oh, okay, we tried.
How does she know that?
Don't think that just because I'm the one in chains, it means you have a right to interrogate me.
Cats are coming and going. Hmm.
Don't just tell her that.
Sorry, I chose the. I'm here because you're supposed to sit in the wood. There. Waiting for the cat to decide where they're going.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Deflect. What are you gonna do if I let you out of here?
Princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I
My
said,
fingers are getting
it's
sticky
all
from the
about
Jolly Rancher
trust.
'cause I'm trying not to
Blind trust.
put the whole thing in my mouth for when I talk, but I am holding it. Which is making it awkward. I don't think I've ever eaten Jolly Rancher like this before.
So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
Now she's a subjugating monarch. Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. Which I think is the dumbest option of the three, by the way.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
No, no it's not.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
No, I made my choice. I'm locking her in the basement.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
No one loses here either.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work
Actually, that's not
if we
true.
just
Compromise,
stay
I do
here
believe,
and
is
keep
defined
watch.
as lose-lose.
No one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Probably.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
Oh, that's really. If I was afraid, I would already committed to not slaying her. Yeah, sure, why not?
It's never too late to do the right thing. Now hurry.
This is a bad idea.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
Oh, thanks, narrator.
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
We shouldn't have hesitated.
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down. As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat, with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Good job, me.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, It will be the end of the world.
Hold on, I have to repress on my legs. Okay. Well, it happened easily enough. Minor rib crushing. Lung crushing. She's going to kill me again.
Again?
Sorry.
People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again. She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
It's the same I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
How kind of you.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. Of course we died. We couldn't land a single blow on her, and she broke every bone in our body before she decided to let us die. What were we supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless. She's just a princess. Slaying her shouldn't have been difficult, but congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. The princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
Oh, okay. Doing this after reading certain chapters of Transformers has my brain going in places.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or
Like parallel
do you think that the
dimensions,
princess, left
parallel
unhindered,
timelines.
brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains, and let her do whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end. Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you.
Thanks, narrator. Let's talk about this process.
Just be quick about it.
Sure, let's go through these. She killed me last time around. How can I make sure that doesn't happen again?
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
What she did last time was beat me to death. How can someone like that end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. We're not. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending that we're capable of doing anything in this situation.
Now I know why people really like
she
power.
probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us.
I'm starting to see why people like Tower so much if this actually is an option.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
Nope.
I'm not being a pessimist.
There we go.
I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying.
No.
Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
Who locked her in that basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Oh my god, how easy are you?
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Who cares if you think we're special? As far as I can tell, the only thing special about us is that we get to experience painfully dying all over again.
That is indeed special. You're being cagey. What aren't you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. The less you know about her, the better.
Well, that's all.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Turn around and leave. No, proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
I mean,
Don't believe a word she says.
didn't exactly lie to us last time. She said she was going to get us, and she got us.
Lying? Cheating? Why would she even bother? She didn't need to do anything like that last time. She caught us off guard last time. We'll be fine. Let's just keep our wits about us. At least one of you still has a shred of sense. Just make sure you listen to him and not that whiner.
Oh, so rude.
If that's what you want,
Hey, Zach.
I guess I don't have a say here.
I also didn't have another option broken. I don't know what you wanted to do, my dude. How you doing?
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this
It's
right.
cold. You're handing out chips and candy. Oh, like little bags of chips, like for trick or treaters. That's cute.
Why do we feel so small?
Are we small?
We don't feel small. We are small.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
There is.
Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are.
He's on the wrong side of nihilism.
It would only make things worse.
That's why he's annoying. If he was just a smidge on the other side of nihilism, I'd be okay with us.
For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror.
Little
so
bags
no
of
one needs
Cheetos
to
because
worry
they got.
about
Oh
confronting
yeah,
a
nice.
grisly
No, that's a great
visage anytime in the
variety
near
for like
future.
handing out stuff.
Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal. Probably. Do you not know what we look like?
Ooh, good question.
He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am. It doesn't matter if there's a mirror. I care about whether I'm being lied to. There's a mirror.
As do I. And yeah, there is.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Yes. This whole cabin is different than last time.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
1 second. approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
I guess let's try to grab the blade again.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be
They don't
difficult
mention
to
about
slay
how
the
you have to
princess and
go
save
up
the
the
world
ladder.
without a weapon.
Okay, into the basement. The heaviest stone doors ever existed.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
Huh. This is actually kind of nice.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
That's odd.
Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
Sir?
Should we be worried about your sudden change in
Yes.
attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions.
I am.
Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Continue down the stairs.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
I wonder if the fact that this one's called the
princess
tower.
towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her,
Never mind.
and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
I was gonna make mention to the tower in tarot, like Major Arcana. But it might just actually just be a literal she towers over you here.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
Huh. Well, I guess this comes down to a moment of do we obey or do we not? Do we try to resist? That's... Okay. Path least resistance. Sort of. We dropped it last time.
The blade slips from your fingers and clatters uselessly to the floor.
We didn't have to do that.
No, but...
And yet you did.
She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
Alright, hold on, I've already decided on this. Alright, here we go.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs.
Great, thanks, lady.
I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new. And the world. It's time for me to seize my destiny. And you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Hold on. Let's do this. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. Oh, I see. Okay. I was trying to see. She has some, like, her crown looks. I don't know. I guess it's because of like the angle. And it looks like horns, but it also kind of looks like a floating halo above her head. Just really dark.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it?
I mean, there are worse things to do than help a princess end a world.
It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson. You are the only one who can deal with her, and if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? And you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable. Can't you
That
feel
would
it?
make her death, not the tower, but never mind.
He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay, first things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done.
We already dropped the knife, my dude.
The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. And if you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
What would you have me do? What do you have planned? Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can be whatever you want to be. I have questions for you before I decide anything. What happened to you after I died? I'm not going to help you end the world. I don't care if something new comes out. I just can't let you do that. I'm yours to command. Pledge yourself to her. Got it. Okay, what happened to you after I died?
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird.
No.
There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
You should do like your P words. What would you have me do? What do you have planned?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
If you're so powerful, can't you just break the chains yourself?
Don't be rude. Of course she can.
Yeah, but like...
It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world. That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
Why is he whispering so much?
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do.
Okay, fair enough.
The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am, or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was.
That is an interesting take on it.
The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn.
Okay.
Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, My will triumphs over yours.
Noted. Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to. You can be whatever you want to be.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
Well, I mean, we're already on our knees, I guess. Bad logic. You really should not ever put these very important decisions in my hands. Sure. I'm yours to command. Pledge yourself to her.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent?
I mean, yeah, but that's beside the point.
All you need to do now is break my chains.
Okay.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say.
I do appreciate they just keep the perspective of you being very tiny.
No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong, trying to conceal you from me.
Oh, she can tell.
Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Oh. Goodbye, narrator. I don't know, because I do know that the tower was in the original game. I just never got to her. So I don't know if this is new. It seems like it is.
Rise, my little
Because it's like
bird.
already breaking the fourth wall. Or not fourth wall, but like already reaching towards that end.
Without hesitation, you're
Oh.
brought to your feet.
That's fun.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? All we have is a blade. All you need to do is believe it's been done.
What if I don't believe? What happens then?
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart. It's easy. And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free forever. Please don't do this.
I have to. It's so...
There's nothing to be sorry about. This is how it was always going to be. And it is good. Alright, I'm done with this. I'm just gonna go sit in the corner. Let me know if we get our agency back.
Sorry. Just. Oh my goodness. Just be like, throws his hands up, walks away. I'm like, alright.
Break your chains.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, And the end
Oh,
is upon us.
It's not quite the same, because she's using, like, I am free versus she is loose. I just barely heard that now. That's fascinating. I love that.
What a good disciple you
No.
are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
Okay. What happens now?
Nothing. And then, everything.
Yes, ma'am. Take her hand. Your obedient servant, pledge loyalty to your better. But you do not take her hand. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Oh, what happened to the narrator then?
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Why now, indeed? I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her.
You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. I feel anxious. Does anyone else feel anxious?
The narrator is wrong.
It is. Does that mean the world ended?
Maybe.
Figures the world would end and leave us with all this nothing.
I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. I don't want to look at us.
Approach the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
The mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
And what are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I don't know what I am.
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for an overwhelming heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
Fair enough. Let her out of there?
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Easily. Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
The princess.
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Yes. Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole. And perhaps then we will
I know
our
the like
freedom.
echoiness of her voice is meant to imply like the entity of everything and like how she thinks and sees things. But I've played so many sci-fi fantasy games where I'm just hearing the like as if I was talking to like a very complex sentient AI. How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Fair enough. How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Okay, make me forget. We'll do the waiting
She
later.
asks that I tell you to remember her.
No,
You won't.
you won't. Everything goes dark and you die. Bring the tower to her. Okay, we're back at chapter 1. We didn't have chapter 3.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Mm-hmm.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
You can skip previously saved dialogue by hitting tab on your keyboard or your controller. Okay. I'm not gonna do that. Because then it'll shuffle around quicker than I want to. Okay. I don't know if going through certain Explorer options, like, it gives you more info as the player, but I don't know if it affects, like, things, like, options later down the line. Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie She will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, I'm trying to finish my Jolly Rancher.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
I'm
The blade is your implement.
curious.
You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Hold on, we're gonna take the blade.
You take the blade
Can
from
you
the
just
table.
go down and free her?
It'd be rather difficult to slay the
Without
princess and
talking
save the
to her.
world without it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room her voice carries up the stair.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. Good. You're still listening to reason.
Sort of.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
Free
And there
princess.
you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
No. Nuh-uh. Does this immediately lead into killing her?
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
No. Shoot. So you have to talk to her to free her. Which is fine. I was just curious.
You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far. No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
Not dropping blade.
Then I'm not talking to
Fair.
you.
Fine then, I guess we're at an impasse.
I guess we are.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already. Or drop the blade. Do something.
Are you sure you don't want to talk?
Yeah, I'm sure.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever.
Yes, we can.
Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here.
No, alright.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer.
You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured.
Holy shit, that hurts!
Though she's unarmed,
Sorry.
the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Flee and lock her in the basement. Actually, yes. Hold on. That's an amazing
Are you
choice.
serious?
Yes.
It's a good idea. We've taken some bad hits, but we've dealt some too. She has to be feeling it more than we are. Let's regroup upstairs. If we're lucky, maybe she'll just bleed out. Fine. You make a mad dash to the basement stairs, the princess's chains rattling as she tries to chase you, but pulling taut much too soon for her to catch up.
Do you really think you can just walk out of here?
Yeah.
She steps towards you, ignoring her chains. They creak and strain as she pulls against them until finally they break. The links clatter to the floor, useless. She's free. Hurry! You push your broken body as she closes in and just barely manage to pass the threshold of the basement doorway before she catches up to you. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door I'll hold for very long anyways. Huh? It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare.
Maybe.
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker.
No.
No, it doesn't.
Ignore her and go to sleep. No. Threaten me all you want. It doesn't eat. All it does is eat my guilty conscience.
These aren't threats. These are promises.
This is Kit Kat.
Sooner or later, you're going to have to sleep. And I'll make sure you never see the light of day again.
You never see the light of day in this game. Don't worry about it. Well,
You put the princess's threats out
You
of
see
your
a
mind
light,
as
I
best
just
you
don't know
can
if the light of
and
day.
huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well.
A little green around the gills.
We don't have gills
A
for a
shame.
bird.
If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends.
Sure, why not?
I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Good night. We've done the nightmare before, but let's see if we can get to a chapter 3.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of...
Turn around and leave. Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from
A
saving
mere
us all.
princess. A mere world-ending princess.
If he doesn't remember
I'm
what
not my Jolly
happened,
Rancher.
then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
To speak a little more freely.
Shh. What if he hears us?
I'm paranoid.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Turn around and leave.
This is good. I was worried you might fall for his shit again, but this is good. Whatever answers there are to be found, they aren't here, and they definitely aren't there. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Away from the cabin. Nope. There's only one thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. The cabin is where I'm not going. Quietly continue down the path. I'm actually pretty okay with world ending. I really should coming of a new dawn. Oh, we've done this. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going.
Somehow I doubt that, but fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Yes.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
No, just fine.
It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Maybe that's the problem. Why aren't we tracking?
Something isn't
Oh.
right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy. What's going on? Where are we?
Great question.
It's finally happened, hasn't it? We finally cracked.
Maybe. The world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by a textured nothing. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Memory returns. There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. You already know what dwells in the empty spaces. Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Confusion. Why are you here? I am unfinished. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. It is useless to us if it doesn't bring more gifts. Force pushing against your will. No, you cannot go back. Not there. Regret. This world is broken beyond repair. We must be something new. A wagging finger. There is only so much thread in this place. Do not waste it. I am our only salvation. Well, that was
You're
new.
on a
At least I
path
hadn't
in the woods,
come.
and at the end
Although
of
I
that
guess
path is a
If
cabin.
you accidentally come across like
And in the
the
basement
nightmare
of that
and you
cabin
don't want to do it,
is a
you
princess.
can back up. Maybe that's what that does.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the
That was an
end
accident.
of the
I didn't mean
world.
to do that, but that was still fun. Let's not say princess. Let's have a happy, peaceful ending. Killing the princess seems kind of bad.
Does it? Are you a monarchist?
Yes.
Is
I've
slaying a
decided.
princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Trolley problems. I'm not gonna get into that. I was gonna say, so do politicians when they do their job right. But therein lies the problem. A politician doing their job, quote unquote, right. And a monarch isn't necessarily a politician. They can be, but not always. So it really just depends. Because some monarchs who rule over, like, whatever country or place that they rule over, you know, manage their area very well. Not often. There's not a huge... I haven't gone through, like, the history of that exactly, but I'm pretty sure there's probably more bad examples than there are good ones. But it is still a thing of, like, certain leaders of a country, you know, doing good for the country. And so in that particular instance, yes, killing the monarch might be worse off than killing the seamstress. It just depends. What was I? Yeah, forget it. I'm not doing this.
Are you serious? No, you have to do
You have
it.
to do it. I'll go to the cabin, I'll talk to her, and if she's bad, as you say, she is, then maybe I'll slay her, but I'm not committing to anything until I've had a chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
Fabulously, I'm sure.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find...
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess.
Ignore him. He
Clicking
doesn't know what
through
he's
this just a
talking
little
about.
Proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost a blade, is your...
It's pristine cut, not pristine blade. We don't need a pristine blade. Goodbye.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels... Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
See, it's the difference between lying to say I'm here to save you and then actually saying I'm here to save you. I'm here to save
How
you.
many times do I have to tell you how dangerous
We're not
letting
lying
her
about it.
out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
All feather and beak of the face.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Nah, we subs out here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Yeah, no.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Capital letters. I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
No, not really.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere
God,
upstairs.
could you imagine if there was actually a key somewhere in this game?
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key is still lying around somewhere up there, and if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
Thank you.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the
We've done this
stairs
fast
slams
before.
shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
I think as I hit new game and not load game, I don't think it's going to block out or gray out other options I've done. But that's okay, it's been a while.
Is someone else here?
We'll just go through them. Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Let me out.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is
Yeah,
done.
well, the blade's on the other side of the door, so...
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed
I'm out
to.
of coffee, so when our chapter 2 pops up for this one, I'm going to pause and go get more coffee.
Easier for whom?
Indeed.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
Must need my Hershey's.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
It's been there.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that. Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't.
Some people are quiet in pain.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Yeah, we really ought to, like, put a tourniquet or something around that.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you.
Don't miss out now, hero.
Now let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Is there another? Okay, so Slay and Warn. There's not another corner.
Stop that.
I was curious if there was like another option hidden in there.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands.
The fact that they actually
What
drew both
are
bones
you
here, I
doing?
appreciate that so much. Like, I know it's like a detail. It's an accurate detail, but it's like, I don't know, little things.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Something about the way he just said this, it is agony, makes me think of like the way Emmett Silk talked on occasion. Like where he would like say things very purposefully and like kind of space them out.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her
She
sake.
could also be better about killing us.
Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again.
You gotta love when your
again,
narrator's
and
just like,
again,
whatever.
And you feel every inch of burning pain
Some
that
DMs when
slices
they're trying to
its
keep
way
the campaign
into
on
your
track.
body.
I'm sorry, it'll never not be funny.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Not this time around, no.
Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark. And you die.
Okay, we are on the damsel, so I figured what happened when you do it that way.
You're on a path in the woods.
You hush.
And at the end of that path is a cabin.
I want to look at my achievements.
And in
real
the
quick.
basement of that cabin is a princess.
So we've done the damsel before, and then we did it to. It's like, what did they call it? The deconstructed damsel. Yeah, where it's like, it's like weirdly drawn. I think that's the only time we did the damsel. Thorn. Nightmare. Yeah, okay. So we'll try not to do that, and we'll try to do a different damsel. But I'm going to put us on a BRB screen real quick and go get more coffee. So. Ow, and I'm pretzeled my legs. Okay, I'm back. With more coffee. Food has been set down for the babies.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
How's everyone doing? Oh, you bastard.
My tricks?
It's because
What on earth are you
takes over your
talking about? We
body.
just met for the first time.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Our beloved.
Our beloved?
Sorry.
Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
That. Never mind. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be
the
trusted.
tone for the
Her
smitten
beauty is the only
versus
thing in
most
the
of the
world
others.
we
It's
can
like if they
believe in.
really went in on for it.
I think we've already been over this.
And like I know it's
Pretty
all
sure
the
he just
same
likes the
voice
sound of his
actor, but
own
it's like
voice.
you can really hear it with the smitten.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You didn't say anything about the mirror.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
And a window. And a banner.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
That's a great idea. We have to make sure we're looking our best before we save her.
We shouldn't waste time preening. But if he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There
What
is
if we don't
no
have
mirror.
eyes?
Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
What if you don't have eyes and you're only able to see things as the narrator dictates them to you? And so seeing the mirror means never mind. I was going somewhere with that, but I've kind of like I'd have to like actually poke at it a little more. I put the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
Banner.
I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now, but it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Guess you can. Take the blade, don't take the blade. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies. Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us again. There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
Into the basement?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, a soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Right you are, hero.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
I think one of the new splits is on this path. Oh, that's interesting.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing. And she called us a hero.
Oh, both of you, I swear.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Won't say more than that, though. Thank you.
We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets. You're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever.
Yes, you can.
Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Okay. What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
Noted. But before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess?
Right.
She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No, I don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
Thank you.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
Not so sure.
I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair. Can we tell her that? I mean, yeah.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride.
Girly.
To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
Except you.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
God, but what if? That'd be funny. Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that last time.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Okay, I know this is a redundant thing to ask, but I'm just curious.
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
No. Would be the answer here, right?
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill
No,
us.
it's telling her to stay
She
away.
is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation. Blade in hand, you run the princess down.
Wait, no! You barbarian, what do you think you're doing?
But you ignore the pleas of the foolish little voice and press on. The princess's eyes grow wide with terror as you approach, but she does absolutely nothing to stop you.
Yeah, that's concerning.
Your blade pierces her heart, and she collapses pathetically to the ground.
Oof, that was not necessary, my dude.
I'm sorry. Did I do something
Yeah,
wrong?
no. Your hand could slip through that, actually. Holy shit, they weren't kidding.
No, my love, you did nothing wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not you.
Never thought of that. She did kind of just assume you wanted her to kill her. Yeah, because you can't speak anymore at that point. Not really. And so she manages to pull the knife out of your hand, which, again, self-defense. I get the self-defense angle, but technically you do never say, kill me, right? So that's a wild assumption. Not a wild assumption, but it is an assumption.
I'm going to die now. I think that's what you want.
God.
And just like that, she's dead. And the world is saved. Thank you for seeing this through. I know it must have been difficult. I feel sick.
Sick. You took part in the murder of the fairest creature that's ever lived. And you merely feel sick. I, for one, am absolutely distraught. Grief-stricken. Inconsolable.
And you're going to let everyone know about it.
You'll get over it. You just saved
Not sure what's
everyone.
worse, the smitten being, like, constantly smitten, or, like, this, where he's, like...
Get over it. You smarmy
Sorry.
ass. There's nothing in the world worth getting over it for. We might as well just end it all.
You raise the blade, aiming the point directly towards your heart. Excuse me? No, you absolutely do not do that. Yeah, let's not make any rash decisions. We should give ourselves a minute, take a deep breath, and...
Rash. The only rash decision we've made was running our cursed blade through her heart. This is far from rash. This is measured. This is the only thing
Voice of the
left
broken
for us to
smitten.
do
Yeah.
now that she's gone.
Nice. Main silence. Ah. Yeah, sure. Let's Romeo and Juliet this.
What? No, let's not do that.
You won't use your fancy reverse psychotherapeutics on me, murderer. We're dying together right now.
Yeah, no, I said yeah, let's do
All
this.
of you may have previously thought that my passions were too great to stifle, but those were merely passions of joy. My passions of sorrow run deeper than the ocean itself.
Yeah, because some of them kind
And
of.
you'll find that they are far more unstifleable. Haven't you?
There an
Haven't you
R
all?
in there? Why was there a word? There was an R in unstifleable. This word. He's definitely the most like vocal, or not vocal, emotional, but like in a way that makes sense. Because like I feel like some of the other voices, because of like they lean very heavily on fear or paranoia or caution, they kind of smudge together sometimes. Melodramatic, yeah.
Don't believe this.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry.
What? What don't you
We'll get
believe?
over it. Yeah, only the
You
narrator
plunged
is
the
allowed
blade
to
into your own heart and collapsed to the floor.
take anatomy away from us. Autonomy away from us.
You can't be serious. Why are you helping him? I'm not. He just made it happen. I'm sorry.
That's right. You're all sorry.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
And we die. Yeah, this is the gray. Okay, that's what I thought.
You're on a path in the woods.
You horrid monster. Do you think just because we've returned to the woods you've earned my forgiveness? Our beloved had best be alive and well when we return to the cabin,
Woods.
or you'll never know the end of my wrath.
She won't be alive and well when we return to that cabin, because she's dead. We killed her.
You killed her, and so I killed you.
And you clearly didn't do a good enough job. I'm still here.
Right? Like, the things have been taken so out of his control, or out of his, like, path.
Oh, and I'm still here too.
Mm-hmm.
If you lot get to be blessed with seemingly eternal life,
That must mean
she's still there, waiting for us to throw ourselves at her feet in remorse.
I doubt it. I think I'm better at killing than you are.
Sir?
So you've been here before. Of course you've been here before. What count is it this time? 2?
Yeah. Even the hero is mostly... The hero, I feel like... I don't know if the hero is supposed to be... Because the hero and the player character are not the same person. But, like, I feel like he mostly reflects a certain part of the audience where you're just like, okay, I guess this is happening.
It's our third. What gave it away?
Your open discussions.
I couldn't care less what he knows. Every second we stand around arguing in the woods is a second that I'm anxiously worrying about her. Take us to the cabin and take us there now. With each passing moment, our relationship may be damaged even further, though I fear the rift between us may already be permanent.
And if it is permanent, then what? You'll kill us again?
Oh, you just wait and see. My vengeance will echo the depths of my bereavement.
I don't doubt it.
Don't provoke him. I prefer if we didn't die again. I'm not fond of
You were in the
dying.
wrong video game then, my guy.
Why not? You've already done it twice.
It was unpleasant.
It was only unpleasant because you think it's supposed to be unpleasant.
I'll make you feel what I feel if it's the last thing I do. And mark my words, you won't like it when it happens.
Oh, how exciting. I'd love to see you try.
Can I?
Well, I'm not just going to try. I'm going to actually do it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Good.
I am too.
Can I talk now? Yes, I can. Great. Now that you're listening, let me remind you that if you're here in the woods, it means that the princess is not dead and that her very existence currently poses a direct threat to the entire world.
I think the hero in the universe is the container for all the voices, or that's what I've gathered. I was thinking about that earlier when when the smitten pops up. It's because so when you first meet the princess in the first chapter, the hero makes point of whether it's you have the blade or you don't have the blade, he calls her beautiful, and there is something about her that draws you. And whether that comes from the character or just she's meant to be beautiful in the way that the idea of a princess is. But so that's where, and then when you have the smitten who is she's not only beautiful, but we are completely in love with her. The smitten is completely in love with her, and the hero's just no, not quite. But you can see where the smitten branches off of from things that the hero has said. And same thing with, so I feel like what you said with the container, or at the very least, the voice of the hero is, what do you call that? When a personality or a piece of a personality trait is drawn further across the spectrum, and then it becomes its own thing. Yeah. I guess the thing with the hero is you see him, I don't want to say flip-flop, but much like your character does. It's there's a word for the concept. Much like your character does, it's he's trying to react to the information he's given versus, so it's, the standard, you're not supposed to slay a princess, you're supposed to save a princess. But then once she becomes dangerous, he's okay, wait a minute, there might be something to this. But then it goes back and forth between don't trust the princess, don't trust the narrator. And that's probably why it seems like the hero is the one who will give up on occasion, because he's just okay, I can't trust anybody, and just backs off. We haven't talked enough about how different this place is. It wasn't different last time.
If this isn't the same path in the woods you're used to, that means that her influence is already spreading and you're running out of time.
Wait. But if her influence is spreading, that means there's hope. That means our beloved is waiting up there for us, ready to make amends.
Yes, I already told you that she's alive.
I'm hiccuping salad dressing from earlier, which is weird to have on top of the candy I just ate.
Don't mind him. I don't think he's doing too well. I'm doing better than any of you. I'm doing great. She's alive. Influence doesn't require life.
True.
But if things restarted, why wouldn't she be alive?
Also true.
Who said they restarted? All they've done is changed.
Fair enough.
I shan't listen to the vile mutterings of you serpents. Onward! Our living, breathing princess awaits us.
Proceed to the oven. Hold on real quick.
I'm sure you've already heard my words of warning in one of your past lives.
Yes.
You've already managed to slay her once, just don't muck it up this time, alright?
Rude. Hold on, I've done the grave before. I'm just trying to see what achievement that was. This one, I guess? Okay. We'll see.
Oh, we'll muck it up all right. We'll get our happy ending, even if it damns each and every person who's ever lived.
Whatever you do, don't let him influence a single decision. He's clearly lost it. I hate that I'm agreeing with him on anything, but I really don't like being at the whims of someone so unstable. It's stressful. Yes, having all those feelings isn't very productive, is it? But we're just passengers here.
Why stress over something you can't control? You're saying that like stress is just something you can turn off.
God, don't we all wish?
It is. It's easy. Whatever happens, happens.
Sure, and you can still stress out about it.
Are you even alive? What's the point of doing anything if you're not going to feel a single emotion?
I wouldn't call the pole the most stable either, yeah.
I don't know. I just exist. And that's fine with me. This is horribly unproductive. The cabin and your extremely important destiny await.
Proceeding to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin feels dry and brittle. Ancient dust-covered wooden beams hold up a crumbling ceiling like mummified ribs, each elegantly carved detail of the stately building preserved in an extended stasis. Everything here has been kept safe and dry and lifeless. But you're not alone. You can feel something watching you. There is a figure faintly outlined against the dusty wood of the far wall. Is that her?
Our beloved. So she does live.
She doesn't look very alive.
Yes, Smitten, I need to introduce you to the concept of a ghost.
Before you can make a move, the figure is gone, vanishing behind the door on the far side of the room. The door at the end of the room, but there isn't a door, it's just that damn mirror again. Ah, yes, the mirror. So we can see the monster we've become. If it even lets us look before it vanishes too.
Volatile. Oh. Yeah, like a sudden burst. A sudden, like, and then, like, it's very extreme.
The mirror? Is this some kind of joke? Did you all plan this out before dying? There is no mirror. There's the door to the basement, the table, and the pristine blade. Huh. That's strange. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? Maybe it's gone because we've already killed her with it. Perhaps it's gone because an oh-so-deserved guilt has started to worm its way into each and every one of you. Perhaps all of you do feel just as bad as I about what we've done. Though if you felt the oppressive guilt I feel, we would have manifested that weapon directly into our heart.
Temperamental. I feel like, depending on, like, the usage, a lot of those words can be synonymous.
I suppose it doesn't matter why the blade is gone, but you're going to have to find it if you're going to do this right. So why don't you march over to that door and make your way down to the basement?
Approach the mirror.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You must think you're looking at that mirror you mentioned earlier, the one that doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open the door. It's still so hazy. We should try and clean it off.
We should try and clean it off.
Yes. Trying to touch it does seem to be the magic spell to get it out of our way.
I feel like volatile has the connotation of violence or, like, more extreme emotions to it, whereas temperamental means...
It's time for all of you to see what we've become.
I wouldn't, if I said someone was temperamental versus someone is volatile, like I said, volatile would bring with the connotation of, like, aggressive and, like, an extreme potential anger or an extreme emotion, then nothing. Or temperamental means, like, moderate and might be sudden.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. The handle is just a little to your right, and a little down.
So helpful.
So much for our reflection. We didn't need to see ourselves anyway. I'm much more interested in seeing other things. I see. We are too hideous for even a mirror to behold. We can only hope she might still see some good in us.
I feel like volatile is one of those things that most people connect to with, like, explosions. or something dangerous.
No way left to go but down.
So you would make that connection. Versus temperamental has more potential neutral. It's
The
still
door to the basement creaks open, revealing
normally
an
you don't hear the
antique
word temperamental
staircase
being
lit
used
by
in a good
weak
way, but I still
torchlight.
it has the potential to be
The
more
air here
neutral.
is so stale it practically stands still, as if the very molecules of this place have been fossilized, trapped for eons until your arrival. Even the blaze of the torches can't penetrate the odorless air, as if they'd run out of fuel to burn ages ago, their light still flickering more out of habit
You
than
see
from
the
adhering
dagger
to a
still in
physical
your chest?
reality. A wispy figure watches you from the bottom of the stairs, face veiled in shadow. There she is again. My love! She's just an old memory. Your eyes lock for a brief moment, then she vanishes around the corner.
I'm sorry about last time. Are we good? Oh. Is anyone there?
You receive no response. Do you think she's upset with us? I don't like being here unarmed after what happened last time. I feel so exposed. Of course she's livid, and with good reason. You aren't helping. Are you scared of a little ghost? What's she going to do? Look at us until we feel bad? She can look all she wants. It won't do anything.
The whole look at us until we feel bad would actually work on so many people. Like, have you
As
ever owned a
descend the
pet?
final
That's
step,
exactly how they
the
get what they
form of
want.
the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, her wrist still bound to the wall by a heavy chain. This cell is a dark and isolated place, with not so much as a window to allow starlight to penetrate the gloom.
And yet this place is still noticeably highlighted.
See? She's dead. No! What foul trickery is this? How can this be? We just saw her alive and well a moment ago, floating away transparently. Whatever we saw was a ghost. I thought we were all on the same
No.
page.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny. Unfortunately.
Do try to keep up. Your thoughts are interrupted by the sound of a slamming door and a clicking lock.
Fair enough.
You turn to see the shade of the princess staring down at you from the top of the stairs, clutching a brightly burning torch. So that's where the blade is. It's already in her heart. And yet she isn't dead. She is dead. Have you never heard of a ghost before? Oh, for the love of... Can we not waste time arguing over the semantics of what is and isn't dead? She is clearly conscious. She clearly just slammed the door on you, and she clearly has a weapon. Your pristine blade sticking out of her chest. This is extremely bad. Catastrophic, even. Yeah, dead or not, what are we supposed to do about her? Slaying or destroying, if we want to be a little more death neutral, seems off the table.
Death neutral. Sorry.
We make amends. She obviously still holds us in her heart. She's bearing a torch for us and everything.
Nope, not like that.
But she hasn't said anything. Are you sure she can talk like this?
You came back. I missed you.
Conveniently timed.
That angelic voice. I missed you too, my beloved. You sure snapped back to your old self quick. Yes. Seeing her dazzling countenance again has reignited the warmth in my heart. I have found it in me to forgive the sins this body has committed. We can have our perfect romance after all.
This is a bad place. We're supposed to be together, but it keeps making us hurt each other.
The torch falls from the princess's hand and bounces down the stairs.
It'll be so much better when it's gone.
The skeletal wood of the basement, perfectly dry after uncountable years of desiccation, immediately catches fire. She's trying to kill us.
Yeah.
A misplaced escalation of her passions, but clearly she still cares for us. I say we burn with her.
Shoot. I don't know if we have time to talk. Just for the blade.
As you rush up the stairs towards the princess, the entire cabin erupts into a raging inferno. You push through the flames, trying to ignore the choking hot air filling your lungs. You manage to reach her, your hand wrapping around the hilt of the blade. The metal is already blistering hot. Your hand sizzles as it melts on contact. You can't so much as pull away, your nerves seizing up as they're fried, the bones of your hand fusing in place around the weapon.
This is very pretty, though. I like how they did her hair for this.
The princess, smiling warmly as her skin bubbles away, places her hand on yours and clutches it to her chest. The pain is unbearable at first. Every inch of you screams as your flesh is stripped away, your muscles stiffening as they're cooked, your blood boiling in your veins. But it isn't long before the flames take your nerves, and with them, your ability to feel much of anything. See? That wasn't so bad. It was so bad. But somehow, nothing is so much worse. You'll get used to it.
You get used to it, the cold says as we're on fire.
There are still the feelings of the heart. Those never go away.
I mean, until the heart burns up into ash.
Oh, they always do in the end. You just haven't experienced enough. Eventually you'll want them to stop too. You'll make them stop. Trust me. The princess's smile never fades. Her skin peels away, and then her muscle, until all you can see is her charring skull, locked in an eternal grin. It's very romantic, really. We got our happy ending after all. We can die happy.
Well... Yeah, and suppressed her veil managed to stay intact through all that. Good material. But despite your best efforts, you do not die. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay, just trust me. We've been here before. You always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
You don't need to comfort them.
I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
Whatever makes you happy.
Thanks, Cold. Okay, so that was the same gray I got last time. I guess I should rush for the door. Rather, because, like, your hand gets stuck on the metal. It's just, I don't know if I tried talking to her last time. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
When I found you in the long quiet alone, I was terrified. What if you had decided to let me wither? but your commitment now is final.
Oh.
Your ability to walk the path of mutual annihilation is vanished with your return. If you still wish to obliterate me, it will have to wait until I am complete.
Noted.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again. If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow
though, right?
and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
What does it feel to change? To like this to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection.
I can't speak.
Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
There's the philosophy about that, about like what makes something the same thing that it was in the past. And like when you use it like an object. It's like that that story about the ship that like over time it had to be repaired until eventually none of the ship was not made of any original parts as when it had first been built, and it's like, is it still that same ship? And then you have that same sort of concept placed on a human being where like our cells die and we get rid of them and they're replaced by new cells every so many years. And so we're not made up of the same pieces as when we were a child, etc. But that's taking like being the same being to a very literal extent. Is it the ship of Theseus? I know there's like an actual thing to it, but it's always used as an example of if something is made of different parts, by the end of its journey, is it still the same as when it started? It's like concept of identity versus what makes up that entity. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is passion betrayed.
Yeah.
But even in the end, her love never faded. She will make for a bright heart. Do not mourn her, for she has finally found her light. Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Okay, I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Oh, everything goes dark and you die. And here we are again.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
1 second. Is this still how you get to the stranger?
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're...
Quietly continue down the pathway from the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Yes, yes.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's interesting how the
That's
narrator
strange.
always goes to
It
little
looks like this path
when it's trying to be
also
demeaning
leads to the cabin.
or like
How
insulting.
convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved.
Turn around again and
You're
leave
really
again.
keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
Maybe everyone should die. I'm kidding. Quietly continue down the
Your
path.
silence is deafening. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
There's no fighting this, is there? I have to go. Fine. Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again, in fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
There are no wrong choices.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't
The
just
broken
a
music
trick
box is like
of
my favorite thing.
light.
Or not broken, but like you can tell how it's getting
In every direction, there is a path.
like warbled. It's
And a
becoming
cabin.
distorted. There's the word
And
I'm
not
looking
just
for.
a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Wait, what's going on?
Good question.
You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Good job. Okay. The stranger.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you
The
don't,
like swap
it
back
will
to
be
his
the end
neutral
of the
tone for the
world.
beginning of the game is really funny after hearing him get like so frustrated with you. Walls weren't there last time. You can't just force me to go to the cabin.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Indeed.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
Don't give us a
The
challenge.
world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got
I
lucky.
really want ramen. I'm gonna have to eat after stream.
The world hasn't ended yet, and
But you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely going to slay the princess. I can't run away from the cabin, then I'm just staying here in the woods forever. Stay in the woods forever. Was that an option? Oh, I want to do that one now. Was this an option before?
You have already committed to my
I see.
completion. You cannot go further astray.
Very well then. Okay, so that's to do something else later then. Gotcha. Okay, yep.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously.
How
I am begging you.
absolutely rude and frustrating is that to know someone is lying to you and to know that person knows you're lying to them, but then to just
Before you
continue to
go
do
any
it.
further.
Like, it's not good.
She will lie. She will
So
cheat.
will I. Don't worry about
She
it.
will do everything in her power to... If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
That's all we have.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many
Yeah.
cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there,
A giant
such
hole.
that the seams are
Well,
never
it's not
quite
really a
visible
hole, but-
enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
I do like that you can throw it out the window.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, but when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, you've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Hysteria, I would assume.
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
Just keep swimming.
How?
Just keep.
Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly
Swimming.
describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours.
Oh my
and quickly,
God.
if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard.
On PC now? Alrighty. Welcome back. Or welcome to PC stream. How's your evening been?
Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Take the blades.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay
You
the princess and
unconscious
save the world without a weapon.
subtle voice the narrator. Fair enough, apparently.
Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. We'll look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Keep your grip as is.
Great. You keep your grip the way it is. Your task awaits.
Throw the blade out the window. Okay. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once.
Hey, Zach.
An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all
Trick-or-treating
coalescing
done? Yeah,
into
nice,
a thick,
nice.
nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die.
That is the closest the hero gets to being, like, very much one of the other voices, I think.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
The guy has one mission and one mission only. Take the harsh stairs to the left, take the center stairs, take the softer stairs to the right. Well, if you've listened to me babble about video game theory, you know that stuff is to the right on video games, but this is a different kind of video game. And I could go more into, like, what left versus right means for themes. Let's go left.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows
That's a
cold the
choice.
further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor.
Joke's on you, I'm into this.
You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go.
Yeah?
Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march
You're
forward
looking at the little
to a
pointer
destination
it's
long
become.
forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
Hi.
What the hell was that? What happened to us?
Don't worry about it.
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
Don't worry about it.
Oh well, that was a trip.
Sure was.
And now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
Then why did you hesitate before you said it? I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here. Getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put back together. Do you know what happened to me? Sorry, I didn't realize I was here.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching you stare at me for a long, long time.
Sorry.
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face.
I don't think she likes us. Wouldn't you be skeptical of someone stumbling in here if you were her? We lost ourselves the second we stepped into this place. I don't know how long she's been here, but I can't imagine it would be easy for her to trust anyone.
Those eyes, though. They're so sharp. It's just a deception. Don't buy into it. You can do this.
How strange. So, why are you here?
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. Where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that?
I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
Can we put her back?
You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter?
Not us.
Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
I've done that before. Why is it all... It's all red. It's like, even though there's multiple dots, it's all red. I'm getting you out of here. Try to free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. Leave her in the basement, slave princess. Yeah, but there's still only two of them. I guess. I'm gonna do that one. Curious.
Wait, that's not right.
Yeah?
Go on.
Go on.
You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
That's fine, I'm sure.
All at once you charge forward, knife gleaming to slay the princess just as you strike at her bindings and leave her to languish alone.
Sorry, it's really funny.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
But this... We can't...
No, this is fine.
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is
It's
happening
fine,
at the same
everything's
time?
fine.
It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
Nothing would be nice sometimes.
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Okay, goodbye, narrator.
falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
No.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
How would you suggest we fix this?
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
My guy.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
I don't think you're supposed to be vexed. It's going to be okay. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where does she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
That's fair.
He's just messing with us. Right?
Right? You approach the mirror, gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward, they're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. That's not true. It doesn't matter how many times I go back. At least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
No, not really. It all seems to distance as soon as I'm near you.
It does seem small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be. But that doesn't make any of them less special.
What do you think of this vessel?
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walk. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. She is very handy.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin
Hold on.
is a princess.
We're gonna do Damsel again.
You're here to slay her.
I apologize
If you
because that means we're
don't,
gonna have to deal with
It will
Smitten
be
again.
the end of the...
Right. Just,
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people.
See, I'm one of those people who
You
would be
have
like,
to
normal
put an
people would
end
be
to
great
her.
because humanity is killing the planet. So I care about the no birds and no trees things, but no more people? Nah. Like, would that really be so bad?
Are you serious? No, you have to do
No, I
it.
don't. Okay, hold on.
then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. Then each and every... So sure, go, talk to her. See how that
We will
turns
talk
out
to
for
her.
all of
It'll be
us.
fantastic.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
My last Jolly Rancher is calling for me.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The blade is your implement. You'll need...
Okay. Enter the basement. We ignore the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how
We're gonna
dangerous
talk to her,
letting her
though.
out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Hold on. We're actually gonna talk to her before we free her.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
There's a whole, like, character archetype about beautiful women being threats.
I am begging you
It's a
to
very
stay
common theme.
focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
What are we about to break? Hold on, let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a fair reaction, I'm sorry. What's your name?
Oh,
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title?
Yes.
What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess
I'm
Princess?
pretty sure I've made this comment before, but every Princess Sarah out there in the world. Final Fantasy. So is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
No, okay. Can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this and getting you out of here.
You're only making this more difficult.
Nah,
Thank
it's
you.
fine.
Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Maybe.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement.
Much like Ethan
with the door
Winters,
at
she
the
is
top of
also
the
totally
stairs
okay with
slammed
just
shut.
losing her hand.
You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
Turn to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
She's not.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Don't worry about it. Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Hi, Alyssa. There is a Yulia. Hopefully she's using me for sleep development and is going to go to bed soon.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
It's very late/early for her right now.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Oh, it won't let me resist. Oh, fascinating. So I can't make that choice again to the damsel and to the specter. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you.
No. Don't thank me for this.
There's no getting through to you right now.
Hey, it's
is
not
there?
our fault.
A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world.
It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay, so that is the witch.
You're on a
How do you get to
path
the-
in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
The beast is.
And in
you
the
have to take
basement
a
of
knife
that
now, I
cabin
think.
is a
Answering my
princess.
own questions.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
Terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Mm,
If he doesn't remember what happened, then brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
no, that's fine.
Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Sure. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from... Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job
I
done.
can't. Proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You take the
Can't imagine
blade
this
from
is
the
gonna go well
shelf.
for me.
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it. That's not actually a bad idea.
Yeah, but you'll have a hand behind your back. Which is very
The
obvious.
door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
I keep seeing that TikTok trend of like, I don't bite. Yeah, but do you stab? I don't bite. Hello.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are.
We're not coming up the path,
and
we're
I
coming
remember
down
what
stairs.
you've done.
Unless you're implying you heard us all the way back out in the forest.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
You were, despite being an opportunist, you are not Swindle. You are not talking yourself out of this.
You can't.
It'd be really
Unless
funny
you
if
slay her
could.
right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
No.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss.
No, I'm technically. Except for when
Thank you.
self-autonomy gets taken away.
You descend the basement steps, entering the dark
She has a
room below.
tail. It's so cute.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
You made a comment back in the woods about having been here before. Now she's acting like the two of you already know each other.
Indeed.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you?
Yes, that's what we said.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out?
The poor narrator.
Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Sorry about last time. Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes. No, she hasn't. I get the sense that you're not happy with me. I died last time, you didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you. Look, I know things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger. We should team. Okay. Things got messy last time. We should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all. And unfortunately, you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Don't worry, the blade isn't for you. We're not for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow, right?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
No?
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
Okay.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little...
Language.
A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
I don't want to hurt you, but you clearly there's some broken trust. Take this as a gesture of my goodwill. Give her the blade. I don't trust you, not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. Leaving by leave placement. I'd like to be straightforward with my intentions. I didn't care how you treated me. Slay princess, slay princess. Okay. I get the sense you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than
No,
that.
I'm trying to get the talk about our emotions. I'm sorry about last time.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Okay, let's leave. Leave with the princess.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face.
That would be the time to not break.
She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one that lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. We're armed and she's not. What's she gonna do? Bite us when we're not looking?
Yes, actually.
We're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Me first.
And turn my back on you? Do you think me a fool? Your tricks are one of the only things I've known, and I've learned better by now.
Just go first.
Clearly I'm not giving you the light. I've done that before. You're the one who said you can't leave without me, which means I hold all the cards. Either you go first or we stay here. Up to you.
The princess leans close, her nose twitching as she sniffs your neck inquisitorially.
Fucking boundaries, madam.
What is she doing? I think she's trying to figure out if we're lying, so it's a good thing we didn't lie.
Your stink is the stink of a wretch, but not of a liar.
Thank you.
If I have to go first, I'll go first. But I'll have you know my ears are sharp, and I've got eyes on the back of my head. They'll be watching.
Eyes on the back of her head? Does she really?
I mean, even if she does, that phrase has always killed me because it's like, I have eyes in the back of my head. I'm like, yeah, but your hair is in the way, right? So it's not perfect vision. Assuming that person has hair, but most of the time they do, right?
No, we're fine.
Don't sniff my next.
The princess pointedly
we've already
turns
done
her
that.
back on you and starts up
Well, I
the
guess
stairs.
she technically kneeled on your ribcage. Not quite the same. Step onto the stairs.
You follow close behind her, the two of you walking on tiptoes through the knotted roots of the basement stairs.
It'd be so funny if you could see like a little eye peeking out.
It's time, boys! Stab her in the back! Do it! Do it now! Wait, I thought we were helping her escape. Of course we're not. You didn't buy all that noise I was putting down, did you? I was just waiting for a moment for us to strike. She has it in for us, you know.
Yeah. I'm not stabbing her in the back. I said I'm not stabbing her in the back, and I make the choices here. That's an amazing idea. I totally never saw that coming. Thanks for looking out for us. Stab her in the back. I am not going to praise you, but I am going to stab her in the back. Fine, stab. No, I'm not stabbing her in the back.
You do realize that she hates us, right? If we don't make the first move now, she's going to find a way to make the first move herself. Why would she do that? She wants to leave, which means we need to work together. She knows that. She wouldn't just act against her best interests. I don't know. If I were her, I'd betray us. Look at me right now, suggesting betrayal. You really need to learn to put yourself in someone else's shoes.
How do you know we're wearing shoes?
I'm with that little weasel. You have an opportunity to save the world. You should take it.
No, I'm not stabbing her in the back.
And that's a great idea. See, this is why you're in charge and I'm not. You think things through. You stick to your guns. It shows real leadership, and more people should be like you.
We're almost there. You better not try anything. I know you're thinking
No,
it.
they're thinking it. There's a
Us?
difference.
No, never. I can't believe she'd even suggest that. The gall. The princess reaches the top of the stairs and crosses over the threshold, turning back to smile at you.
Bye-bye, you loathsome little nuisance.
Then she slams the door on you. Its lock swiftly clicks into place. Maybe not stabbing her in the back wasn't such a great idea. The princess cackles from the other side of the door.
That's not quite a cackle, but sure.
How does it feel to be locked away and forgotten by the world? Isn't it just awful?
I'm sure. Try the door.
You try the door. It's locked.
Force the door.
You throw yourself against the door. It won't budge.
Okay, fine. You got me. Very funny. Can you let me out now?
No, you're going to sit down there forever, languishing.
What if we didn't languish, though? Okay. What happens now? I'm stuck here.
Why isn't he saying anything? I think
We
he's
lost the
gone.
narrator. Goodbye. Do I get to avoid people? Might be nice, right?
Oh, I didn't think I'd ever have to see you face to face again. Otherwise, I might have given you a little more courtesy at the top of the stairs. No hard feelings, I'm sure.
Nah.
Why is everything going away? I feel cold.
But you're surprisingly alive for one of these endings. Goodbye, Witch. I'm saying that's because it's the title of this chapter is called The Witch. But you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You're at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Do you think there are people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Do you have thoughts on this whistle?
This one is hope marred by bitterness and betrayal. She could see the end of the tunnel, and the door was closed on her. She will make for a righteous heart. Do not mourn her. She is finally on the other side.
How many more vessels do I need?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough.
Okay.
And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
Okay, wait, so it's 4, 5? I can't count. How many have we done? Stranger, Tower, Spectre, Witch. It's 5. Okay. Okay, I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark and you die. Bring the witch to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of you're here to
Okay, you sit there. I am out of coffee again. Raise your hand if you're surprised. I'm gonna put this on BRB screen, run to the restroom real quick, and go get some coffee.
If you have been sitting and watching stream, I also recommend you take a moment to stretch and hydrate, because it has been 3 hours. So I will BRB, and then when we get back, we will finish this run. Let's see, what have we done? We've brought the knife down, we have not brought the knife down, we've taken off in the other direction. I guess let's take the knife down again. We'll do that for the last one. Balance it out. Sweet, I've always wanted to offer Monarch. Viva la Revolution.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit.
You make your way
Murder.
up the short path to the cabin. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's...
Stay to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The blade is your implement.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Into the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a stair. Her voice carries.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Just checking in on you.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Okay, yeah, you got me. I'm here to slay you.
That isn't a good idea. Just drop the knife, and maybe the two of us can talk things out.
She's right, we shouldn't. We should just drop the blade. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Let's hold on, drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
It's the same thing, sort of. She's just more...
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific
Snotty
should
about
do,
it.
really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
How would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Do you?
Been told, but I mean, I would have been told whether or not I believe it is an entirely different matter.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking. you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Examine the chains.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
Shush, it's fine. Probably.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
If there isn't a key, do you have any ideas besides cutting you out of here?
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
Fair enough.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so
Your eye?
composed
Do we
after
only have
losing
one
an
eye?
arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
That was a curious way
Thank
to phrase
you.
that.
Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me. Stop that.
That time it
I
would.
thought this was a little too
That time
easy.
they wouldn't let me slay her. I wonder if it leads back to the lich.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the blade.
I'm never going to get over how big her eyes are. I know it's done on purpose.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
Maybe.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged.
Well, at least she
as
was
watches you
more
collapse
efficient
to
about it than
ground,
the
blood flowing from your
one
butchered
that
neck.
leads to the damsel.
This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
But I died. What am I doing here?
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way.
No. Sorry.
You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning. Before she will lie, she... Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
Wink.
Did you just say wink out loud?
Not at all. Subtle shrug.
No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement.
I'm afraid I'm going to insist we take the blade. We're in a dangerous situation and I'm not letting us go down there without a weapon.
Are you sure? What if she... I don't know... turns it against us? Which I'm bringing up in a purely hypothetical manner.
Yes, I'm sure.
Turns it against you? She's a prisoner here. She'll only be able to turn it against you if you give it to her. Which you won't be doing because she's an existential threat to the entire world.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm trusting you.
Hey, don't I get a say here? What's the big idea?
Normally, yeah, but not about this. Call it a reflex. We take the knife as we go.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Great.
You do exactly that, sweeping the blade from the table before proceeding to the basement. Don't worry about it. We have a knife, so what? It's not like we have to use it. No, you don't have to do anything, but you do well to use it regardless. Moving on. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there will be something so obviously useless.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just gonna leave her here, leave the princess in the basement, sit with her, slay the princess. I wonder if I can come back to this one. Sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
So calm
That's
and
reasonable.
reasonable.
We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Okay. Sit where you were told to sit. Sit closer. No, sit where you were told to sit.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
My intentions, what do you mean? I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that? What happened after I died last time? What is that for? What would you have me do? Okay. I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably. I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't. I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. All right? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark? The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that. I won't. Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
What happened after I died last time?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows? It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
What would you have me do?
Let me borrow that knife. Don't worry, you'll get it back.
That's ominous. But she seems confident. Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing. Oh please, she's just putting on an act to disarm you. That much should be obvious. In case you need to hear a voice of reason, it would obviously be unwise to give away your only weapon. Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us. So, what should we do? I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons. Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none. The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
You're asking about my intentions earlier. What did you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
No.
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading? You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her. Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
that other chain on the wall? Who's it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on.
Good.
Maybe it'll fit.
It will.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
You want to leave. I'm going to be the one with it. Deal with it. Cut her out on your own. I think I'm just going to leave you here, actually. You're not much of a threat to anyone locked up like that. Bye. Or we could just kill her. I don't know if I've ever done that. Oh, this one sucks, but I'm gonna do this one.
Oh, you bastard. You'll regret this.
Probably.
The door locked behind us the last time we tried that, remember? As if by divine will, just as you finish the thought, you hear a door slam. I'm afraid you won't be leaving until the task is finished. It doesn't matter how many chains she's in, without your intervention, she'll find a way out eventually.
Yeah?
That's not fair. Unless you deal with her right here, right now, she will remain an existential threat to the entire world. What seems unfair to you is fair for everyone else. Huh. So it's not even safe to think. I see
It
how
isn't safe to think.
I told you that you'd regret saying that, but I didn't think you'd regret it so fast, and with so little effort on my part.
Why not give her the knife? What could go wrong?
I guess we're stuck together.
I can still give you the knife. I'm not giving you a weapon in case you've forgotten. You killed me with it last time.
But sure, let's talk about what happened, because what happened is exactly my issue. The last time we met, your body tried to kill me. If you take a moment to imagine yourself in my position, I think you'll understand why letting you near me with that thing is untenable.
True.
So, be a good bird and hand it over.
And
if being nice isn't enough motivation, well, I think you're aware that I'm not afraid to resort to violence. If you come near me with that thing, I will strangle you with these chains.
Thanks for the heads
She
up.
doesn't beat around the bush, does she? Yes, it's almost like she's a fundamentally bad person who wishes to inflict pain on others. Or it's another bluff.
No hard feelings, of course. But you should be aware of my
I
position.
can see your position. Once I leave, I'm going to be the one with the weapon. Deal with it. Cut her out on your own. Oh, that sounds messy. And then the other three are just... What is the difference between this and this? I know it's like tone, but... I guess you're saying I'm sorry. Versus I have to do this. Well, I no longer have the option to give her the knife. I don't think. If you don't give up now, then I have no choice but to slay you.
That attitude is exactly why I don't trust you to get close while you're holding a knife. If that's unacceptable to you, then try me. See what happens.
She sure was quick to threaten you, wasn't she? Stop hesitating already. You know you can't trust her.
What if I saw it?
Both of them are using the same argument. It's not making it any easier to pick a side.
Inspect, let me out. You're the one in chains. If anyone should be doing the negotiating here, it's you, not me. Oh, no, yeah. Okay, I'm trusting you. Give her the knife. Okay. We give her the knife? You give her the knife and she just throws it and stabs you in the head with it. Well, spoiler. We're just gonna save this one. There we go. Turn. Okay. Give her the knife.
Slide it over.
Sliding it over.
No, absolutely not. I am not letting you hand your only weapon over to the world-ending princess. Until you come up with any other idea, like, say, I don't know, doing your job and slaying her, you remain rigidly in place.
Damn it.
You tried this last time. Do you want to know how it went for you?
Oh, I remember. She killed us, which, by your estimation, ended the world, right? Or it tried to take over your body.
Exactly. If I were you, I wouldn't be too keen on repeating your mistake. Hell, we could even force your hand and do it ourselves. I'm not afraid of dying again. Are you?
A little.
A little.
I think you got your point across. Fine. You slide the blade across the
funny.
floor. The princess maintains unsettling eye contact as she reaches down to pick it up.
Thanks.
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly as she raises the blade to her throat. What is she doing?
Beheading herself.
She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck.
No.
Look away.
You close your eyes. That doesn't stop you from hearing every
Sorry,
grisly
Zach.
detail. The splitting
If
of
he's
skin,
still in chat.
the wet mulching of severed veins, the grinding of metal against bone. I'll be damned. She's actually doing your job for you. Why would she do that?
So that's her plan.
Killing herself?
We don't know that she's dead yet. We're not even watching it happen. She could just be faking those sounds.
I know, I'm curious.
And then, finally, you hear a snap and an uneasy silence. There is a slow and fleshy tear. Hard to fake that.
I'm just actually curious what happens if you take your eyes
This
off
is
of her.
worse than watching.
Yeah, well.
And yet our eyes are still closed.
Finally, there's the soft thud of something roughly head-sized bouncing against
How
the
do you
floor.
know it's
And the
head-sized?
clattering of chains as they drop along with it. I think you can open your eyes now. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? Please tell me we can put it back.
Oh, goodness.
The princess's eyes stare up at you. Dead. Congratulations! You saved the world.
She saved the world.
Huh. So I guess that's it.
Can we put it back?
What a way to go. But she is gone, isn't she?
I hate this. Can we just get out of here now, please? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
Now hold on, she's dead. So what's the rush? What's your angle?
I don't have an angle.
Do you have an
I'm
angel?
just looking forward to putting all this behind us.
You put the
Sure
head
you can
back
understand
on the
that.
body.
Look, I'm just not ready to put my guard down. It's best to keep sharp. She wouldn't have done all that without some kind of a reason. She's left us with this dangling thread, and I need to know why.
You're just wasting your energy. The danger has passed, and now we can all relax
Hey, Zach.
and enjoy
Thank you for the
your
resub for
reward.
23
Wait, didn't you already do that? Like a couple of days ago? Hold on, am I crazy? Zachary sub, Little Mom. Yeah, wait. You did resub, like, not that long ago. Oh, but apparently it didn't take your money. Weird. Okay. Well, thank you for the resub. I'm sorry it did that. Save over this one. Take the princess with you. Yeah, I got it. You had ads a second ago. Well, thank you for suffering through ads.
Ugh, fine. You pick up the princess's severed head, its neck stump still oozing bodily fluids. Then make your way back upstairs to the first floor of the cabin.
Fine.
Did you see that? I could have sworn she moved.
We could also be holding her head in a better manner than just by the hair. We could, like, tuck her under the arm.
She didn't. She's dead.
But what if she's not?
Are you listening to yourself? Do I need to explain to you why decapitation is lethal? The door to your bountiful reward is right in front of you. All you have to do is open it.
Leave the cabin and claim your reward.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is... Wait, no, that's not right.
Well played.
This is the end of the world, isn't it? I always thought I'd at least have time to explain myself before I had to watch it happen. But it's already...
Over? Is he gone?
But we're still here. Maybe it wasn't the end of the world after all. Maybe it was just the end of his.
Thanks for carrying me up here. I had to take it on faith that you would know what to do. I'm glad I was right to trust you. So, this is the outside. Maybe it's just my lack of body, but it's colder than I expected.
Hold on, we will come right back to this. I want to see something really quick. Are we on load? We're on load. Okay. Damn. Okay, hold on. Leave the basement.
Fine. But if we're leaving, then we're taking the blade. I feel exposed without it.
With your work done, you remove the blade from the princess's corpse and make your way back upstairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. You can think of it as sealing yourself off from an unpleasant chapter of your life. It's all uphill from here.
The windows. Do you see that? We used to be able to see the outside world from up here, but now it's just... empty. The door. Check the door.
Open the door.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
You don't have to act surprised. We could see this vast emptiness through the windows.
But if everything's gone, does that mean we're not gonna get our reward?
This is your reward. An eternity of bliss, if you'll have it. And I suggest that you have it.
Okay.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
Like hell it is.
That's bullshit. Let's have here. I don't know. I'm pretty down. I'm okay with this. I was kind of hoping we'd get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No, this is the beginning
All of the nothing forever.
Eternity. Your reward, like I just told you. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
Decades? No, it can't be decades. We can't go along with this. We can't let him win.
Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. What do you suggest then? I don't want to die again. I didn't like dying last time. I'm going to accept my reward now. I don't know, I'm pretty happy. I'm going to accept my reward now. What do you suggest then?
We still have a blade. Let's use it on ourselves and start over.
He's suggesting you kill yourself. You shouldn't kill yourself when you have an eternity of bliss right in front of you.
Slay yourself. Okay, didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy.
But we're not happy. He's just telling us that we are. I can tell you for a fact that I'm extremely unhappy right now.
Yeah, what he said.
What he said. Okay. So I do know if you can slay yourself and start over. And it opens up a chapter 3. I don't know what the chapter 3 is, but you can do that. Alright, this is back to this part. This is probably going to get us killed, but hold on. If you want to leave, I'm going to be the one with the weapon and deal with it. Just cut her out on your own.
Do you think these chains take away my saying things? I said no.
As you move towards the princess, she stands, her chains clinking as she wraps them around her fists. In an instant, they're around your neck, both of you dropping to the ground as she pulls them taut, bracing her body against yours as you struggle uselessly. The metal chains constrict around your windpipe as the princess heaves with a muscled intensity.
Drop the knife or you die.
What is she doing? We weren't trying to attack her.
I mean, that's up
I can
for
see where she
debate.
might have gotten the wrong idea. She doesn't have much agency here. Would we have trusted her if she walked up to us with a blade again, after what happened between us?
How many times did I warn you she's not to be trusted? But while strangulation can be very distracting, she's not armed, and you have your pristine blade. End her before she ends you.
Slay the princess, drop it. Oh, that's not what I wanted the options to be. Okay, hold on. Save. Drop it.
As your weapon falls pathetically to the floor, the princess releases you from her stranglehold, shoving you away with a swift kick. Your hands test the bruised flesh of your neck as you regain your senses, watching with a dazed expression as the princess snatches up the blade.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly, as she raises the blade.
You can stay right where you are for this next part.
Okay, so he
What is
still
she doing?
comes to this part.
She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck.
No.
Well, we'll watch this time, I guess. I am.
Her eyes stare forward, unblinking, as she soars through skin, veins, cartilage. At last she reaches bone, the blade grinding audibly against her vertebra as it continues to slice its way through her neck. I'll be damned. She's actually doing your job for you. Why would she do that?
Huh. So that's her play.
Killing herself?
She isn't dead yet.
Finally, you hear a snap. Her eye twitches. There's an uneasy silence. She remains motionless for a long moment, her twitching eye the only movement in the room, until at last it stops in an unsettling half-wink. Her head twists slowly to the side, flopping to her shoulder, and her neck opens. The remaining tissue is not enough to hold the weight of her severed head. It stretches and tears until finally it falls to the floor, completely free. It bounces a few times before rolling to a stop at your feet. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? Please tell me we can put it back. The princess's eyes stare
Such
up
a
at you.
genuinely panicked response.
Congratulations.
So I guess that's it.
I hate this. Can we just get out of here? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
Now hold on,
I don't
Look, I'm just not ready to put
Okay,
my
this
guard.
You're just
seems the
wasting.
same. Okay. Load. Yes.
This path is already
Aw.
worn by travel and has been seen by one of my many eyes. You cannot walk it again. Change your course.
Wait, what?
Okay.
You goddamn spiteful bastard. Are you really going to turn down immortality itself just to make me lose?
Yes.
Why should it matter?
It's like the
if we
least
die
of
at
the
this
petty
point?
things we can do
Haven't
in
you
this
already
game.
gotten what you want?
I don't have to answer that.
That's all we needed to hear.
You raise the blade, then drive it into your heart. You collapse to the floor, everything goes dark, and you die. You're a genocidal maniac, you know that, right?
Ew.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Ew. The cage. That sounds new. Oh.
You're on a path in the wood. Chains everywhere. This is different. This is new.
Hi, Paranoid. Welcome back.
It's worse, is what it is.
We're finally starting to see reality for what it is. This place is a prison.
Slight dig with the
She's
genocidal.
not the only inmate.
You're acting like reality is this static thing. But this world is constantly changing around us. How can you be so sure that you aren't breathing the prison into existence? That by feeling the walls closing in on you, that's exactly what they do.
There are no walls, my dude. We are got like a step and more steps. I do not see a single wall. We are surrounded, sure.
What a crock of pretentious bullshit. Reality is as solid as the ground beneath our feet. And if we just examine it, if we apply enough scientific rigor, if we think hard enough, we'll find a way out of
The
here for
skeptic
good.
saying
Don't
this
you
is really
see?
funny.
We're already making progress. And what if looking at it is enough to make it change? Where does that leave us?
It leaves you exactly where you are right now, and presumably exactly where you've been before. I'll spare you my full introduction, since you've clearly already heard it at least once, but I would like to remind
Skeptic
you that the people in my world are living, breathing, suffering entities, and not pawns for you to sacrifice in pursuit of some vague truth.
How do you know they're suffering? They could be perfectly, blissfully happy. Okay, should we talk about how we still have the blade? We've never started with the blade before. Oh! Oh! That's fun. Are you sure we even need to slay her? She cut her own head off last time. Yeah, this is new.
Huh. I hadn't actually noticed.
Holding it's starting to feel natural, isn't
Like it's fused to our hands. We've been there, done that, though.
Of course it feels natural. We've had it with us every time. We've made it part of us. Don't be weird. It's just a tool, not some mystical object. Though starting with it feels like an indication that we're on the right track.
We're on a very violent track.
This is strange. You're not supposed to start with the blade. It says right here that you're supposed to find it at the cabin. Oh well, I suppose
Says
that doesn't
right
make much
where?
sense anyway.
Where's
It's
your
better if you
script?
start
So
with
let
a
me look
weapon,
at it.
So this is probably for the best.
I'm not taking the blade again. Toss your weapon into the woods. Are we sure we even need to slay her? She cut her own head off last time.
She what? Why would she ever do that? She's not supposed to be suicidal. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. More importantly, if she did cut her own head off, why are you here? You shouldn't have died. You should be enjoying your reward. We killed ourselves, obviously. You were insisting that we were happy, but we knew we weren't. We could see.
I might. Give me a second.
Yeah, what he said. We weren't about to be stuck somewhere being fed non-stop bullshit forever. We want answers. We weren't gonna find them in your fake little paradise.
There are no answers to find. If she was dead, then that was it. That was the solution. All you managed to do was reset the board, and you put the pieces back all wrong while you were at it. This is probably worse for you, if I had to guess.
Ha! So there is
It's
a...
hilarious to think about.
Well, what's done is done, and you're here now. There's no use arguing. Just get to the cabin and settle this. Try not to kill yourself this time.
Okay, I'm not taking the blade again. Toss her weapon into the woods. No way out but through. Let's go see her. Proceed to the cabin. Silently proceed to the cabin. I'm done with this. Bye. Turn around and leave. Oh, okay. Ha! I knew it. Knew what?
Are you serious? The blade is your implement. You're going
If
to
you
need
toss
it
the
if
blade,
you
you
want to do
definitely
things
can kill
right.
yourself. You're right.
We can't toss it. It's the only way we can protect ourselves.
Oh.
It's an extension
Yeah.
of us, and we shouldn't go around throwing our pieces away.
He's right. Weird, but right. Don't you dare.
Do it. Toss the blade. Fine, have it your way. I'll keep it. Shoot. Hold on. Leave that there. Okay. Yeet.
Are you even listening to me? Does my opinion count for nothing? We're never getting out of here if you don't listen. I'm intervening. We're not tossing the blade.
I'm in charge and I say we're tossing the blade. You had your chance last time and we all saw how that worked out for us. Fine, have it your way now. Yeah.
Too bad. This is a mutiny.
Hey, you can't just do that. We're not supposed to be able to make our own decisions.
Have you met Smitten lately?
Yeah? Well, I did it last time.
What if I stop you? Maybe I can make choices too.
Good luck with that. I've got backup this time, haven't I?
Yeah, alliance of convenience. We're not throwing it away. It's important. Hey, what are you... Are you serious? That's no fair. Let me go.
I shouldn't be 2 versus 2.
Sorry. Has to be done.
Are you seriously not letting me toss it? Real mature. When this goes sideways, it's on the 2 of you. Fine then, I guess we're keeping it.
Great. Was that so hard? We need to keep our wits sharp.
Mutiny! Piss off all the voices in your head.
Yes, you've made the right choice. The blade is the only control we have in this world.
No, it's not. The blade's the first thing that we lose control of.
Yes, great. Now, will you get to the cabin already? In case you've forgotten, the princess, the fate of the entire world, etc., etc.
Silently proceed. I'm done talking to them. I'm annoyed. Oh,
Stand
hello.
at the edge of a
That's...
cliff. An abyss yawns beneath
We're not
you,
making it across that
empty
bridge.
And endless.
That is not a bridge
The
you
only
walk
path
across.
forward,
I'm sorry.
A rusted metal bridge.
Nope.
The cabin looms on its far side. I think you already know what waits for you within.
It's gonna have to remain a mystery because this is not crossable. I can't believe we had mutiny in our head. Jesus.
It's like the world itself doesn't want us to reach her.
God, where's Contrarian when I need him? Like, help me throw the blade out the window.
There's nothing to find out here. Time to check in with the missus.
Ew, no, bad skeptic.
I'm going to pretend you didn't just call her that.
I see it into the cabin some fucking how.
Every surface of the cabin is draped in chains, the air filled with the mock birdsong of metallic clinks. Where there should be walls, you can see only endless ropes of metal, with hooks dangling from their ends. A fitting cage for a monster destined to end the world.
So, obviously, your character is a bird. You get called Little Bird. When you see yourself later, you're a bird, etc., etc. You have feathers. The whole cage thing, obviously, bird cages. But this mock bird song line right here is really nice. Hello, mirror.
There's nothing for you to do but step forward into the basement. You already have your weapon. Your objective awaits. And how are we supposed to get to the basement? I don't see a way down. All I see is a mirror. What mirror? There is no mirror. The only thing of note here is the door to the basement.
It clearly serves some purpose, but what? Is there something about us we're supposed to see? Can it be a tool of some kind?
Or is it a distraction? Something meant to confuse us?
It doesn't take much for that to happen.
Can we please stop talking about the mirror? I'd rather not spend more time in this room than I have to. It's creepy.
Approach the mirror.
You step out onto the floor. Or what should have been a floor. Should have been? Yes, unfortunately. You realise too late that there is no floor beneath the metal. There is only a loose web of chains suspended over some unseen space. An unseen space that you are now rapidly plummeting through.
Fantastic. These voices together trust nothing. Oh my god.
Nothing's solid here, is it? It's all just a shifting mass waiting for us to drop our guard.
Well, this is the thing.
Your fall is suddenly, painfully halted as rusty chains pull taut against your skin, their hooks digging into your muscle.
Yep. That happened.
You find yourself suspended in what appears to be a vast, dark space. The glinting of yet more chains merely hinting at its full dimensions.
I saw the blade.
You dangle a few feet off the bare concrete floor.
Can we swing? Swing, swing.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Tone! Read the fucking room. God, the fact that this line never changes. I love it, but I hate it. Holy shit. It's like programmed. He like has to say it. God.
As your eyes adjust to your new surroundings, you make out a figure standing in the gloom, obscured in shadow.
A headless figure, I
you
notice.
With the stillness of the grave.
She ain't watching shit, my dude. She doesn't got a head.
Easy now. We don't know
we are
what sort of
swinging.
situation we're dealing with. We should let her make the first move.
It's hilarious.
Let observation give us an advantage.
Oh, you're hooked, huh? Are you mad at me? So you can come back too. Look, I'm sorry about what happened last time. I'm supposed to be sorry, right? Why the hell did you cut your head off? Attack her, how? We're stuck. Oh, no. The hell did you cut your head off?
But you are met with only silence, save for the creaks and groans of metal as it sways in the stale air around you. The hooks slowly shift in your skin, the pain coming in waves as you continue to dangle helplessly.
That's fair.
What if the chains don't have to be real? What if they aren't real?
Oh, it's too late for that.
They feel plenty real to me. Yeah, it would be nice if we could just tell ourselves the chains aren't lodged in all our joints and they'd magically go away, but I'm afraid that's wishful thinking. Well, maybe wishful thinking is what we need. Maybe they're real, but maybe we can cut through them.
It's worth a try.
How would we attack her? Hello?
The princess takes a slow step forward. As she does so, the heavy chains shift, tightening and tearing at your flesh, your joints screaming in agony as the rusted hooks dig deeper.
Why are they rusted? It
Stars
wouldn't
dance in your
hurt
eyes
any less
as the
if they
chain
weren't
wrapped
rusted.
around your neck threatens to choke you.
I look.
As your vision comes back into focus, your eyes fall on the body of the princess, finally emerged from the shadows. The body of the princess is a weird way to describe a person.
It's a fantastic way to describe a person.
It's only accurate. The form in front of you is a body, draped in raiments of chains, her head dragging along behind her in an iron cage. The head stares up at you but says nothing, and the chains squeeze ever tighter.
You cut your own head off last time. You can't be that mad at me about that. Oh, we're gonna die talking to her. Hold on. Save.
Nothing
Oh,
happened.
there we go.
I think I've always been like this. Outside of everything. A helpless observer to the things that are done to me. The only difference is that my eyes are finally open.
Oh, is that what this is across your body?
The body takes another step towards you, the chains around you tightening, the hooks boring deeper into your flesh. They constrict dangerously around your throat. You find it harder to breathe.
I don't think she's happy you're here. But what do I know? I'm just a set of eyes and ears. I don't make choices. At least not any that matter.
I don't want to die like this. I don't want to die like this. Somebody do something before she kills us. Please. We're stuck here. What are any of us supposed to do? Reason with her? I don't think she's acting rationally. I think she's lost it. This was all doomed from the start, wasn't it?
Yeah. None of this is my fault. I haven't done anything except give you my weapon twice. You're talking about yourself, your body as a separate person. What do you mean you're just a watcher? You cut your own head off last time. You made that decision. I can no longer cut myself free.
That's what I used to think. But time alone has taught me the truth. I'm not my body. I'm just the thing that watches it.
What a perspective.
There's so much pain that comes from tricking yourself into thinking you have a choice. But none of us have choices. And knowing that has made me feel so... free. Everything we witness is just another shade of the same endless cycle. I wake up in chains.
The body steps forward. Your bindings tighten again.
You come to me, knife in hand.
The body steps forward. The pressure on your limbs is becoming unbearable.
You give me your implement.
The pressure is finally too much. Your fist unfolds as your joints swell with trapped blood, and your pristine blade tumbles helplessly to the ground.
I cut myself free.
She's not insane, is she? No, she's just right. It's all been the same. The whole time, it's all been the same. We never had a say.
I didn't want to take the knife with me. I was forced to, which is true. You're setting me up to fail. I can't make real choices strung up like this, and you're refusing to make any choice at all. What was I supposed to have done? Did you want me to carry your severed head out of the... Yes, apparently, actually, yes, this is the answer. I didn't want to take the knife with me. I was forced to.
So you understand exactly how unfair this all is. Give in with me. None of this is up to us.
Noted. We lost paranoid.
She steps forward yet again, and the chains dig into you, your nerves screaming, your heart pounding, your lungs desperate for air. I don't think we can hold on to you much longer. How many times will we have to do this? I'm tired.
This is all getting so predictable, isn't it? Pop.
Oh, Jesus. You're falling, the world is spinning, and then you hit the ground, your body light in a way that is sickeningly wrong, and roll to a stop. The sound of rattling chains and a heavy thud as the rest of what was once you falls to the ground somewhere nearby. You are unable to take action, unable to defend yourself, unable to even look around as the princess's body steps towards you, one slow rhythmic step after another. It stops. It stoops down to pick you up, and then a shadow rises behind the body, blade glinting.
And now, the cut.
It strikes, and it strikes true, and the body drops its cage in pain. They descend on each other in a maelstrom of chains and hooks and feathers and blood, fighting their way deeper into the shadows, until all you're left to witness are the sounds of violence.
See? You only ever thought you were in control. Isn't it so much nicer to let go?
I didn't let go, you ripped my head. And what are we supposed to do now? You didn't cut yourself free. My body is still the one with the knife. Doesn't that mean this is different? Doesn't that mean I broke your pattern? This isn't nicer, I'm a severed head. I thought that would be the end of me. I guess this isn't so bad.
Huh. I guess you're right. Pattern must be wrong then. Maybe if we keep watching, we'll figure it out. And we've got nothing else to do but watch.
Noted. And so you and the princess watch as your bodies weave in and out of the shadows, performing their lethal dance.
Look at us go. Aren't we beautiful?
The movement is gorgeous, primal, uninhibited, steel crashing against steel and flesh rolling off flesh.
It's all going to come to a head soon.
Girl.
Head.
And at last, the climax plays out. Your body, wreathed in chains and shadows, makes its final move, but so does hers. Chain shatters spine, and blade pierces heart.
I guess I'll see you next time.
There isn't going to be a next time. At least not right now. Both hers and yours collapse, their dance complete. Blood drips from the princess's mouth, and she coughs.
It's cold. But that's always been us, hasn't it? Cold isn't bad.
No. You do not get a chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns. You approach the mirror and gaze into the reflection. You are nothing at all. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, and then you see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever see you.
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
What are you? Something like me.
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Others like you. You've said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Do you know about the looping? So many of the times I met you, you denied it as even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me?
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
If you make me, then what am I?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
What is the princess? Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Dear God, I forgot how many questions there were. Why would you want to rid the world of death?
If you need to ask that question, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you cannot grasp the abject horror of dying.
What if neither of us leaves this place? Does that work? Can we just stay here together and leave the people out there alone?
It wouldn't work. Her nature as the shifting mound makes it so nothing can last forever as it is now. It wouldn't matter how long the two of you waited. Eventually she would find a way to leave. And then everything would change. Everything would face oblivion. And until then, the clock ticks on.
Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone else know about us?
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
If she's capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be, can't I just will her into something small?
As you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Not anymore. And as you were before, you couldn't be trusted with the knowledge of what she is. No one could be trusted with that knowledge. Intrusive thoughts have a way of creeping in and ruining everything. It's why I had to die.
I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all this. Say nothing, I want you to know. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. Shoot, I don't think I killed her last time. I actually don't remember what I did last time. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet.
I've said my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this with you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. It's like a sound off Hollow Knight. Right before you get into a boss fight.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Do you know about the Echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm the Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is this falling on me? Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions and I need answers. It's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go. Slay the princess? No, hold on.
Nothing brings me greater joy
I'll slay the
than to
princess
hear
later.
those words. The final piece lies with you.
Free yourself. You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in your limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield.
I love you.
Take your hand. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. I'm pretty sure this is what I did last time. You are free, and she is with you.
It's magnificent.
There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality, something that simply is. What happens now?
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
You and she step forward into the 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist and you are aware, but just as you have always been, and just as you always will be, I can't speak. Though conflict is in your nature, the two of you will never be alone, the two of you will never know fear, and you and she are finally home.
The voices in your head. I love it. It's not the narrator and the voices in your head. It's just the voices in your head implying, you know, all of that. Play our other game. I would love to, as soon as there's a new chapter for it. Hold on. I need to go through and delete some of these because I have a whole bunch of them all over the place. Memories? Oh, jeez. Okay, so these are all the beginnings. Like all the beginning, find the specter. Find razor. Okay. The spaces between. Oh, I'm missing one. Damn both of you to an incomplete existence. Oh, okay. I know how to do that then. Now, anyway. The end of everything. Oh, there's a bunch of these I don't have. Fair enough. And there's a bunch of these. There's the tower, nightmare, witch, stranger, prisoner, damsel, the gray, the cage. Meet your equal in combat. Oh, I wonder if it's counting as like a new... Because some of the, like, I've fought the razor before, and I've fought the nightmare and stuff. Or the nightmare's here. The razor's not on here. And the beast. That's okay. I'll have to go through and do the gallery. There's a bunch of these, huh? I think the gallery, yeah. But that's... Oh, that's... Oh, I started the nightmare, but that's the one where I backed up and reset. So that's why it's on there without... Okay, still though. What we will do
Yeah, because there's an achievement for completing the gallery, so that's going to be fun. Not streaming tomorrow. I'm not streaming Friday, but I'm probably streaming Saturday. If I'm not streaming Saturday, I'll let you guys know. But the plan was to stream Saturday, and we will probably stream Slay the Princess again. But I might play a little on my own time, and then if there are any like really interesting paths, I'll play through them again, or I'll save and like replay them on stream. But I think that is it for me tonight. I will see you all, fingers crossed, I will see you all Saturday. And yeah. So, and then Monday we'll be getting back to Resident Evil Village, and I'll have to see what the schedule looks like from there on out. But until then, thank you all so much for stopping by. Have a lovely evening or time of day that it is for you. I hope you all had a lovely Halloween or just a nice Thursday. And I will see you all next time. Bye!